Hello. Hello everyone. Sorry that I'm late. I needed to get my headphones to charge. Because of course, they wanted to say, by the way, I'm dying right before stream. Turn it down a little more. So how y'all doing? I'm gonna move my phone around as well. Let's see here. There we go. So today I wanted to work on some of the Birds of Prey concepts, at least until my ADHD kicks in. So, until that kicks in, let's try working on some. Because I know for a fact I wanted to definitely redraw, like, gray in them properly. Barrett. How you doing? Like, today we're trying to work on some Birds of Prey concepts, but for the starts, I wanted to definitely get at least some of the main characters redrawn. At least definitely Gray. Cause just every time I look back to when I made a doodle, I just like something bothers me. I don't know why. He's looking good so far. Thank you. Like something of his outfit. I think I'm trying to remember. I think he had a high collar. Been sketching Esme's sprite form, but a part of me is trying to make her bow a scarf, but her bow on her is on her sparkle side. But that's either here or there. Yeah, it pretty much is like one or the other. I realize he looks like he's tilted a little. Let me try. I don't use this tool very often. There you go. Now he looks like he's standing up straight. It's mostly since she has both sparkle and darkle. I wanted to make her neck piece asymmetrical as well. Yeah, because from there it really adds to the charm. Like there's something about asymmetry in a character's design to me that's just it hits really well. Wait, I think I remember actually he had like a I think he had a rounded collar actually. Yeah, I think it was rounded. But I do want to keep this part. Because yeah, from there we had buttons. Yeah, kind of like Gray's scraggly hair. Yeah, he's supposed to look a bit disheveled. Like, he tries to be put together, but he actually kind of isn't. So, I guess you could say even with age, Gray, like, is always supposed to be, like... He's still a bit of a mess, per se. But, I mean... I guess some people would say even being part elf, that's not gonna change anything. Fix that little part there. Because then I can draw his hat ribbon and stuff out the side. I think it's figuring out the bow that's throwing me off. Bows, I've found, can be a little tricky. But, like, when it comes down to certain types of bows, like, I've learned, depending on how they're positioned, you can from there draw them with, like, a certain form of asymmetry. Especially if it's, like, to the character. Like, if the character's messy, they wouldn't always tie the bow correctly. Rune's always, though, a little more pristine, so hers are a bit more up and on point. Of course, she has 3 ribbons in her hair. Technically speaking, she has 3 ponytails. Because she's extra. I guess you could say she's a little extra. I don't know if you'd call it fancy. But one way or another. Like, I've always always found asymmetry, or at least like a tilt of symmetry with bows always is nicer. Sparkle Sprite bows are just like that, I feel. Yeah. But, I mean, Roaster's is, I think... No, you wouldn't call that a bow. The little frill he has right under his pendant, what would you call that? I'm trying to think, what would you call that? A cravat? Yeah, like, because he doesn't wear a ribbon, he wears a cravat. But then again, she's the fanciest being that I think I've ever drawn. So yeah, they don't have a bow, unless their outfit involves a bow. I really need to draw, Roastern's different, Sparkle and Darkle forms, because then I can play with that, because, yeah, I think, Roaster's outfits technically already have their own form of asymmetry just because of how they split. Because I realize like I don't like how they're positioned. Or well, at least how long they are. Bless you. Thank you. Yeah, Darkle sprites might not have bows. One interpretation I saw with a Darkle sprite was with a scarf. They do seem like the kinds to wear scarves, because then it's like more mysterious, maybe even more mischievous looking, possibly. But Rosestone I can see mostly just wears what they kind of want to. Gray's hair is a lot longer than I used to draw it. Update, stomach still hurts. Like, I'd say, like, did you take an antacid or something, but I don't know if that might help. Unless, does Mook possibly settle the stomach? Yeah, hair deserves to be long. Like, Gray, just with how Gray is, it's just, I can see for him, it really is just that case of long, because, like, again, half-elf, and he's essentially been doing stuff for so long, he probably doesn't even realize, like, hey, by the way, you, like, when was the last time you got a haircut? And he's like, oh, I don't know. Come on, zoom out now. There we go. Now, one thing I have been thinking of is, like, in terms of alterations to his design, because this, for the most part, is how he would look. But, I have thought of maybe if he did have, because again, changing stuff around, I did think about what if he had a scar on his cheek, maybe? Like from some sort of accident. Because I'm pretty sure even from the start it would have been said that being a doctor ain't easy because of the patients you sometimes have. But I also don't know if, technically speaking with him, if I should give him any accessories, because the idea with Gray is that he's rather plain looking. I don't think milk settles the stomach, but bananas, toast, and applesauce do. Oh yeah, toast. I've always been told saltines, but that's the thing, I don't know, because that's usually, if you feel like you're about to throw up. But, oh yeah, ginger ale. But I could never eat a banana, really, because they make me feel nauseous. Saltines also do, yeah. I know, but I know ginger ale and saltines are a go-to. People say bananas. I get nauseous when I eat bananas, so that I can say, for myself, in some cases, that doesn't work. But bread definitely is a good option, especially applesauce, because I guess there's something with apples that it's like more soothing. Yeah, and ginger, which is why people get them on airplanes. Yep. It's just ginger ale. It's always there for you. It just always is. And even when it's not, you don't need it, it's still there for you. We have the raspberry flavor at work. Because I've never tried it. Some people say it's okay. It's like, I think I would just stick to normal ginger ale. I just don't know if I'd like it flavored. But let's see. I'm afraid of giving him too many marks on his face. Realize I might want to fix this line in his hair. I mean, it never hurts to try, not wasting money, yeah? I mean, true. It's just, this is something that I just, like, I'm not sure. I've always been told, like, if you don't know if you'll like something, it doesn't hurt to try it, but at the same time, it's, like, depending, you know, just to be careful about how much you might be throwing away. That was just how I grew up, really. I don't know if Gray would fit from having a scratch, like a scar on his cheek. Because clearly I want him to look young, conflictingly young yet old. Because I like to think perhaps half-elves have that issue. They age slower than they should, but at the same time, they just age. You know, worst case, you don't like it, but nothing lost. Best case, you got it, and you got it for free. Yeah, pretty much. But with Gray, yeah, he's supposed to be bland, so... Because I'm trying to think, I don't think he would have gotten, hurt, except for emotionally, from the whole fire thing. Yeah, except for emotionally and psychologically from the fire. He wouldn't have gotten injured. Oh, come on. I'm trying to use my palette tool and it doesn't want to work with me, right? Make Gray's palette. Because I have the palette tool, y'all can't quite see it. Darken that gray a bit. Or see, this character looks cute. Thank you, and how you doing? Because I wanted to give Gray an even better redesign than just that doodle. Realized to do Esme's body weird, might need to start from scratch. Oh, howdy, Misty. I am thinking of, keeping Gray, like, again, he's a half-elf, so he has age lines, but because he's human, part human, so he's aging, but at the same time, he's aging very slowly. But at the same time, he's going to be very bland. So, there is also that. I do want, like, another trait is that he was very pale. I think maybe the reason why he's pale is because he was like part snow elf or something. That'd be pretty interesting. But yeah, otherwise, I can see... I never had an issue with how I originally drew the Plague Doctor outfits. I just want to change the mask because it'd be easier in the long run to draw. But, and let me... I do need to try to find, that one... Because I'm just gonna need this. And because, I think actually, yeah, because Gray actually is supposed to be one of the most, you know, he is, not only is he a bland character, but he is, like, the most how-to basic of them. Stab it. that in there. On his palette. I mean, I'd also like tan. I also like tan on places I cover with a mask. Well, Gray is just pale all around. Just he looks like he hasn't seen the sun in more than a long time. But at the same time, that's kind of the point with him. Wait. Better idea. 'Cause yeah, it breaks up the color a lot. Yeah, since Gray is going to be of essentially the main, like, yes of the main cast, lacking vitamin D, I see. Yeah. I think I should maybe expand upon his origins, like, as of his elf ancestry, but I'm not the most sure. Because with changing up his design, I've decided to show it a bit more. But at the same time, it's that fact of, like, I don't know essentially how far it would go. In terms of, like, where all the elves are, essentially. Unless, because I'm not very healthy for a dog. Well, he's naturally pale. And I thought about that being because of his elven ancestry. Because, again, he's a half-elf. But, actually, if anything, if he is part human, he should be able to tan. He should be able to. He should be able to. That would be best for him. I know what I definitely want to give him his. I do need to give a hat design because I like his little hat. I've always liked his little hat. So let's give. If anything, I could draw it with his mask design and everything. So. If anything, because this would be a neat exercise. Essentially, draw it to their face. Essentially, because from there I can get an idea on how exactly I'm wanting to draw it. Try drawing it to a degree, and it just does. I don't like. It's like I can't get an angle right. Of course that happens. That's a bit like how I used to draw it. That makes the beak look a little too brittle. How can I draw the hat again? Because it was like a simple, like, if you've ever seen this, like, the Plague Doctor, like, decals and stuff some people had, it's very similar to that. Hmm. 50% elf, 50% human, 100% corpse. Yeah, 50% sea, 50% weed, 100% salt. That was indeed plankton. Completely. Oh, a plague doctor. Yeah, because, that was the occupation that, Gray was, but with Birds of Plague, again, I don't know if I want to make it a comic or if I really want to go and try my hand at making it a game. But either way, I know it would take time. And let's see. Hey, that turned out even better than I thought it was going to. Look at that. That is so cool. Like, but where's his mask? He won't be protected from airborne, like, diseases. It's not serious, it's serious. Like, I really want to start a comic. It's a little hard, yeah. I gotta head out and get back to work. You guys have fun. See you later, Misty. But yeah, there's his mask. That turned out even better than I thought it was going to. Because at first I was like, this is a very trust the process method, and then, oh, I'm so proud of it. I love it. Because from there, I can put it to the side. If anything, yeah, put it to the side like this. Forgot that one little tidbit. Forgot to erase some lines. I forgot to color in his buttons on his front collar. Yeah, there we go. Like, oops, missed a spot. Yeah. Oh, if you even need help with coding, I'm currently taking college courses for it and previously went to a career center for it as well. Oh, that's so cool. Coding, I know, is a very useful skill. Yeah, missed a spot. I think I got them here and there, but either way. Because I know RPG Maker works very well, but I don't like, because I know there's different versions of it, but I don't know which one would be the best for it. Part of his shawl is missing a color. Where is it? Oh yeah, there it is. There we go. I think this is mostly the reason why I work with a transparent background first. But yeah, there we go. Let me put down text. He's a crew. But I think I put down half elf. Or, well, no. I just put down he's a crow. There we go. I'm currently using MZ. MV is also good. Are they both on Steam? I guess it depends on what you need, but MZ is the one I feel people may point to. Yeah, should be. Trying to think what's in, like, what does MZ stand for, if it stands for anything? Say Steve wanting to not really cooperate. Yeah, I don't think it does. Is it RPG Maker MZ? Yeah. Because they haven't marked it down big time. Wow. Because, yeah, this would be neat. This would be really neat. Can you do, your RPG Maker MZ? Yeah. Because that's what I'm looking at, like, should... Oh, question. Do they let you do, like, outfit changes in the game, do you think? Because that's one thing I'm wondering. Like, how so? Okay. What I thought of, I need to definitely draw it out, probably. On this page, I definitely, alongside Gray, because I definitely want to explain, like, to the side, like, he would be the main character you play as and everything. So, like, you start, like, when I say you play as him, for the most part, you start off with him. And he's the main one you control. But what it is that, in terms of outfit changes, is that as your character's level, you can change what kind of doctor they are, and I thought about calling it licensing, or licenses, because you get different, haha, doctor's license, or I guess you could call them certificates, maybe. I'm not quite sure what you would call it, but what it is that, essentially, as you have the different, types of doctors, as you level up, you unlock different licenses, and you can acquire them. And from a promotion, I guess you could call it a promotion, yeah, because you're leveling up. And basically, like, from there you can change what kind of doctor the character is. Like, Gray starts off as a crow, but if he wanted to keep to a main line, he could just become a raven, which is an even better crow. And, you know, and so on and so forth. But I can see, even as a raven, he could still change his license. Because I really wanted to go with a bit of a Final Fantasy approach to where, depending on which class or type of doctor you became, you had different armor types or different styles. but at the same time, depending on if you had something equipped, like say, yeah, like they went without their mask. Well, now when you fight an enemy that has a chance to use like an attack that transfers airborne illness, well, now you're at risk for that, because if you wore your mask, you'd be immune. But it'd be just that simple fact of like Final Fantasy, you have to get the actual equipment, but you can go without it. Because I would not want to put a durability on them. I'm not like that. I wouldn't be that kind of dev, because even I know that's painstaking. Because when I was just playing around in Minecraft, I was like, durability has come to haunt me again. And that's just something I just would feel like would be too much, just to add durability. But I definitely wanted to add different like outfits depending on what class the character took, because I guess from there they can just when you unlock different things, you can just change what the character is, and from there they have like an outfit to match accordingly. I do know there are functions that change a character's sprite, but I think giving any minor outfit changes may block the game. It might. I'm not quite sure. But, I mean, I know some people would say that's where I might want to fiddle around and see. If not, do a bit of research on it, maybe. But it's still that fact. That again, this might be something I want to look into and see maybe if it's been done, how well it might affect it. If not, try to see how it does, because to me it just would be neat, but I know from there it's just a fact of there are different things that could happen. So who knows? Because I know I'm not gonna really find out until I try. But then there's just the case in point, because looking at it, it's like, again, also building maps and everything. Oh, hi, Kirby, how you doing? I didn't expect you to come in. Well, technically speaking, you can work that through if you use some pretty left-field programming techniques for file storage and recall for these sprites, but on average, it's going to be tricky. Yeah, any intense game mechanics may be pull-ins you need to get, or another program. Hey, Roll, finally made one of your streams, Lamau. Thank you. I'm really surprised. Surprised to be sure, but a welcome one. Because today I'm working through concepts for... It was a concept I had for a comic many years ago. Like, I was still in school when I made... Like, high school when I made it. And life got in the way, so I wanted to dust it off, and here I'm working on it. And this was the main character of it, which was, like, Dr. Gray. And it was essentially, it was about plague doctors, but it was, like, very Final Fantasy-esque. And this is twice now we've run into each other. But, I think with Gray drawn, I think I can work on a progression system to show what I mean by where all I might need to do to different sprites, or try to. Because there would be other characters that were, I guess, optional party members might be a better option. Not quite sure. But again, it's still just that fact. Like, I guess I won't know until I try. Because I made these, you know, a bit on a whim, but I definitely wanted to fix palettes at the time. This is some intriguing stuff, kind of a shame I haven't seen this before, but I'm here for it now. Yeah, because, again, I'm piecing it back together, because I looked back at what I had and I was like, oh wow, I might want to fix that. So, because, yeah, these would be enemy types, and then these would be the actual classes you can be. Because some of them would start off all on their own, and hopefully I can write clear enough. So let's start off with just Crow. Because I know I can just adjust these as we go. Because you're starting off with a Crow, it's like they are a general practitioner and everything. Yeah, true, you'd think I've planned this sick. Yeah. But from there, they would turn into a Raven, which is essentially a Grander Doctor with more specialized practice. Because now they can do things like perform surgery and whatnot. And I know it's going to be fun to turn this into an RPG, like, mechanics, like, these are Plague Doctors, but with working in a hospital myself, I work in a cafeteria, but I learn a lot of things from just being around nurses and whatnot, because they're very happy to tell you what they do and everything. It would be, just, to me it would be fun to turn it into a proper thing, because even if they had just the basic, like, walking stick, you could still turn that into a weapon. It's a stick. But, like, because where Crow becomes Raven, Dove, I know it's a bit hard to see, but I might want to turn the background on for it. There we go. For the, there we go. For the sake of being able to see it, I'm turning the background on and I'm turning it gray. Yeah, cane whip. That's something I've definitely thought of. I've definitely thought of a cane whip. But, like, for where Crow turns to Raven, Dove will turn into a vulture. Let me switch colors. Because vultures are more advanced nurses, and doves are more so hands-on assistants. Because vultures basically, where doves operate with a crow or a raven, vultures operate alone. Yeah, threaded came from Bloodborne, yep, pretty much. But, yeah, where dove turns into vulture and crow turns into raven, you could stop here. But what I've definitely thought of is, if wanted to, crows don't have to become a raven. But they can instead, like, go and turn into something else. And that's where Pigeon, Cardinal, and Bluebird do come in, to a degree. Because Pigeon, from what I remember, I used to have them as just plain messengers. But I know, like, I can do instead a lot more than just that. Because I thought about them just being definitely a bit more like a bard in D&D. Pigeon. Trying to make a proper line. And let's see, Cardinal. And then Bluebird. Because those three are their own level of interconnected. Let me scoot this in. Yeah, there we go. Can fix the line though while I'm at it. Change colors. But yeah, there's Bluebird, the Pigeon, and the Cardinal. Cardinals, yeah, Pigeons are the guys in charge of paperwork. Actually, that was the Herons. Herons were in charge of paperwork, but I wanted to change that around a lot more. Like, they handled prescriptions and paperwork. It's still paperwork. Meanwhile, Pigeons were essentially messengers, if not consultants. Pigeon Tony! Yeah, it's essentially Pigeon Tony. But, yeah, essentially, they would become one of these, but I could see it's when you're a vulture that, or at least if a dove became a vulture and hit a high enough level, they could change their profession around and become an actual doctor. Because I've heard of nurses doing that, actually going and getting a full-on degree and becoming an actual doctor. But from there, I can see, depending maybe on either whichever one of these you are, it's like you can make maybe a leap or just switch to a different profession entirely. Because finches and hawks and herons and penguins, I guess, are their own level of interconnected. Let me write finch. Because hawks were definitely a tank. And finches are like the rogues, because again, finches I literally had at one point, like, they threw rats. And I was just like, yep. Yep, this is good. But instead, I definitely want to flush it out a bit more. Penguins were the definite scientists. Like, they did the knit and grit, and definitely dug more deep into other things. Let's see... See, I'll use that for the owl. And then this is the phoenix. One thing I've especially thought of is that certain licenses, and thus becoming certain doctors, were probably stuck behind a certain wall and couldn't be achieved by means of the RPG level up. Because you could only learn them from, certain classes. Let me fix this line here. There we go. Because... you just move that around. Because I can see maybe you could become some of the others through means of level up, but not exactly. I could see maybe in the very least you could become a penguin. But Phoenix definitely would be something more to the side. In Heron, I can see maybe going from Bluebird you could go to become a Heron. But it definitely would be from Pigeon to Penguin, maybe. Oh yeah, now I remember thinking about the Penguin. It like has me recalling a detail now. Pigeons, they weren't just the ones who ran around and did fun stuff in the field. They also did case studies in the field. Like, they were the ones who observed for medicine trials. They observed medicinal trials and so on and so forth. Everyone just strives to be a penguin one day. Having it be a class that you can always opt into but never escape would be rather chaotic. It would be, though. It would be. Yeah, and owls, they always seemed like a more upgraded form of a cardinal, looking at it. I need to close my window, it's getting dark. But essentially that was always the case. Like, penguins did the knit and grit in a laboratory, but pigeons, they always did things out in the field. They actually observed what, like, say, a new medicine does, or they observed an illness where other doctors kept going about trying to treat symptoms. And from there, it was like, alright then, there we go. Kind of match in. Because bluebirds, I think, handled prescriptions, and then herons, they become herons where it handles even more dockets. But in terms of, like, where they go from handling medicine or assigning prescriptions, like, unless it's it makes more sense for it to be the other way around. Bluebirds, perhaps, they did the prescriptions, and herons created the medicine. Because to me, it makes a little more sense. Cardinals were essentially those who disposed of the past tense. Meanwhile, the owls, I can see, because at first they were definitely, like, crowd control. Essentially, they helped keep the peace and everything, especially when peace was not quite an option. But it's still that case in point fact. Hawks, I thought of being, one of the more, like, you have to learn it from someone kind of class, along with Finch and Phoenix, because Phoenix was definitely one you had to learn. given phoenixes can revive someone who falls in battle. So, because I can see from there, it's like, I'm trying to think, it would be maybe elves. I guess like it'd be like elf mentor. And you would get the phoenix. But where you would get the finch, I'm not the most sure. Try to fix the words. I'm not quite sure where a finch would come in. But hawks I definitely saw being more taught by a more brutish sort of race, like the orcs. Because I like to think orcs, they are big and brutish and tough, but like unlike how D&D mostly portrays them, they're not really stupid. They're actually pretty smart. It's just that when you're angry all the time, you don't really think for 5 seconds. Because yeah, if you have an orc mentor, I can see you become a hawk. The finches, I'm not sure where, but it would be a different kind of mentor. Unless maybe it was someone else to the side, because finches are rogues, but they do specimen collection. Unless they're yet another branch off, possibly. Because from there, finches would be a bit of a dead end. I can see maybe, yeah, they're just a bit of a dead end, but it's not a bad dead end. Given the things that, if my stylist will cooperate, given the things you can do as a finch. Why my stylist doesn't want to cooperate with me, I will never understand. We add to the line. There we go. Because yeah, essentially that's how I pictured maybe the way you progress. Is that you start off with one of two categories, but then from there you can merge or you can shift as you see fit, or however you may want. But when getting the different licenses, you can go back to a different license if you want. So just because you finish one doesn't mean you're stuck there. But at the same time, you can't get another one until you meet the requirements. Because that was something I especially thought about. Just like, you can't meet unless you meet certain requirements, you can't really get there. So let me put Steam down a little bit. But it's still that case in point. Move it down a bit. Because, well, the word dove will vanish for a few seconds. There we go. Can try drawing maybe what would be essentially some equipment. Because starting equipment, I can see you definitely have the cane. You definitely have it. Because that would be like a base start. But then there comes in other items, essentially. So we draw essentially a doctor's cane. I might need my ruler for this, actually. I cannot draw straight lines. Apparently I can't draw circles either. There we go. I'll take it. Put down Doctor's Cane. Then, because of course they'd have a bag. Because one thing I've definitely thought of in terms of in terms of like thematics is perhaps healing kits is like definite something you could eventually make for yourself. But depending on depending on if you become a raven or not, you probably could use surgical tools on yourself, which doesn't sound the best. But I figured it would be a neat mechanic, possibly. I think a first aid kit would also work. I actually would draw it closed. Don't like how it really looks open. Tray. There we go. See, I know I just circled that item. Let's see here. Here we go. Hello, back from dinner. Hi Z, how you doing? And we got need to do the handle. Doctor's bag. And first aid kit. I wrote that tilted. Yeah, not good. Like what ain't good? I say, did something happen? try to see. Like try to use his color for gray. Gray and you know what, I think I could use his belt color along with his belt. Try moving. Try moving these around a bit. We lost another one of our dogs. Oh, I'm so sorry. I still remember when like the dog we had before Luna, like I wasn't okay afterwards for a good little while. But I mean, then again, she was like 13 years old, so it's just either way. It's just I guess you could say it really depends on what happened exactly, because cause yeah, for her it was real sad, and it wasn't at the best of times, but it was the fact of like me and my folks looked at each other like, well, at least her hips won't bother her anymore, cause she had bad hip problems. Let's see, class progression. But Luna acts just like how she used to, which is like she was a really sweet dog who just wants to like sit next to you all the time, just be given love and affection, and was a complete and total goober. Like so to an extent, it's like she never left. Because either way, we still have a fur baby. Let's see. In class progression, we have gray. Yeah, we have like I guess what you could say are starting items. I think what would be a cute doodle is like a license. Just what essentially you're aiming for is a license. Um. No, I don't think it should have a frill. As fancy as it might be, I don't think that would really fit very well. There we go. Let me fix that. I don't like how that looks. And there we go. Looks a lot better. I will say for a fact, I have thought of throwing some OCs around into into the little universe that Birds of Prey takes place in. Like, a bit as a joke, but at the same time to have some NPCs. Maybe put it in like a little frame. There we go. And then it would be, I think, a class license. Well, that's the end of the playlist. Let's see. Which one to do next? Let's do video game music for walking your dog. Yeah, that'd be fun. Yeah, because I thought of adding Telos as a place, like, he has a farm, but it's where you can essentially buy materials for medicine. Let alone, food from, because you're gonna need food on a journey. Let's see. Class license. Still a little crooked. There we go. But I've been especially meaning to try drawing him maybe more, definitely more moth-like, a definite play on the redesign I'm giving his moth form, because I have already been wanting to fix it, like doodle around with it, and I found something I like, but I definitely want to make him more like a literal moth person and not so much a doll. I can see Rillis, because Rillis, I pictured him becoming a cafe owner maybe someday, and he would have like a parlor or something you could visit for definite to have like a better, like, I guess you could say you could buy tea and stuff from him, because tea helps a lot. What else would Gray maybe have on his person at first? Let alone as a basic item. Unless that's best to sum it up, maybe. Yeah, it might be the best. Now Telos will actually have a community of bug people. I've thought of doing that, actually. I really thought of doing that. Just this village of bug people, and you can help them. 'Cause I definitely have pictured that. Go from town to town and help people, and it can actually really come to help you in return. Because people will just give you stuff, or give you herbs, give you medicine. Maybe stay at inns for free. Because, just because someone's a doctor that, in this kind of game, it doesn't mean necessarily that other people are, like, you know, up and at 'em willing to help. It's literally the case in point of being an adventurer, like, you know, until you gain repertoire, not a lot gets done in your favor. I thought about adding Flora in them, but as, like Flora and Poppy, but as, like, nature nymphs. Because just, to me, it feels right. You find them in the woods and they help you. Just, it'd be so cute. I definitely do need to do drawings with Dove. Yeah, because again, it's like, it plays into the theme of, like, RPGs. You start off at the bare minimum, but then you work your way up to the top. Because I know people would say a reputation system should definitely be in place for a game like that. But still, a game, comic, I still don't quite know yet. Not just yet. But I know I'll know eventually. Even then, if I do it as a comic, I need to figure out where do I want to put it. Like, I know I haven't posted to my Tumblr in a long time, but again, my guess is that I probably should start posting there again, just because, like, I need to make sure that at least, like, my ADHD and stuff stops trying to offset everything I try to do nowadays. But either way, it's like, I know there are variables that could be done in RPG Maker. Yeah, there. I have to look and see. Just like a bit of a compare and contrast. But let's see. I guess I could draw like a rep system can be done. Oh, a reputation. Yeah, cause from there things can be definitely shifted. Because like how in Mario RPG, like, you can be a jerk, but I find it better just, you know, have a nicer playthrough instead of just being an absolute jerk. Like, though I know some people would be looking for the option. I think for Gray, actually, yeah, since this is essentially a bit of, like, his first, like, redo of a, page. I could have sworn I had the right ones. And now it just wants to mess around with me. Do I have the right layer? I do. Okay. I've never seen my art program want to be more finicky than before. Yeah, than before now. Or at least than now. I mean, if you're a jerk with a good track record, you'd just be House. Pretty much, yeah. I guess that really makes it funny, given Gray's actually kind of timid. He actually is, yeah, a bit of a pushover. Cause I think I can write a bit of bio here for Gray. Because, let's see, because he is a half-elf, so, I mean, if anything, I think I should start with, like, a basic, thing, like, because there are different species of different characters. Oh yeah, that's another thing. How old should Gray be? Because I already had him, like, middle-aged, but if he's a half-elf, he's probably older. Because, like, again, he's old, but he's also looking young at the same time. I guess I'll put down he's a middle-aged half-elf. He could still be middle-aged, don't need an exact number. Yeah, it's just a lot of people tend to look for numbers with older characters I've seen. At least some of my older friends did. like with half elves and whatnot, because then that way you can say like, yeah, they look like they're in their mid-20s, but then they're like, hey, I'm like 75, and everyone going, you what? And then they reveal, I'm a half elf, dude. How did you not notice? This we played with like very goofy characters back in the day, just really goofy ones. I think, because I think one of the best ways to explain in his bio is that, because he's definitely an old and timid little soul, definitely. I think a good way to put it is that, like, because he does focus a lot on his work, not as much as Thancred, though. Yeah, don't see age numbers really being important in stories. Yeah. Like, because we've always just used it as a gag. I am a being who will live for 200 years. But, yeah, because Gray's not as dedicated as Thancred is to his work, but he is still a bit of a workaholic. Workaholic seems a common trait for your guys. Workaholic, I think it mostly applies to Thancred, because I keep saying Thancred, but it's actually Thancred. Either way, it applies to him because he really was a workaholic, and then he met his wife, and things just shifted around from there. But otherwise, he was a workaholic for fact. Meanwhile, Vane's only a workaholic simply because, he worries about his sister, but he doesn't have any friends. His personality's too gruff. He's a bit too standoffish. Like, where Telos was cold, this man's a freezer. He's really, really cold when it comes to how he is with people. So he doesn't really have any friends. Let me see, how is this? Okay, so I'm wanting to see how well does this format. Because I know I can edit the wordings around. I wish my art program actually would have this, is that readable? Yeah, it's readable. Okay, good. Okay, good. Yeah, Gray's only a workaholic because he suffered tragedy in the past and he hasn't had any real way to cope with it except through helping others. And it was after some time he met, Alan Rill, which is his boyfriend, who hilariously goes missing, and that sparks Gray's whole journey to leave the town they live in and go looking for him. And then they uncover the big plot. So, but that was essentially the case with him. Like, he's a workaholic. Gray's a workaholic because it's like, working for him is more of a coping mechanism. And I feel my point doesn't falter much. Looking at my other OCs though, Myra's not a workaholic at all. Poppy, she doesn't even have a job. She's way too carefree. Flora used to be, not Flora, yeah, Flora used to be, but then she said, oh, heck with that, and then, no. Yeah, oh yeah, Rillis. Rillis was a major workaholic. So much so, his own relationship with Emma got ruined because he got too head straight into his work. He got too arrogant with power, and then it all came crashing down. And Hecate pieced out looking for Emma, and then later on, the Star Spirits say, you know what? Like shenanigans have happened. We've put this off long enough. You need to go learn a thing or two. Go here, learn from these people, and get better. We'll see how well this works. So he gets sent to the Star Warrior program to get better and break the cycle of workaholic, of being a workaholic. Because I'm gonna be real. If he got suspended from his duties not long after Emma ran away, Rillis has been suspended from his job for so long. He's been suspended for forever, for absolute months, because we don't even know when Emma disappeared. We just know it was a long time ago. So he's been off wish granting duty a long time. Emma's been off it by choice. Rillis has just been suspended because he was bad. He was doing something bad. Either way, but yeah, Rillis is a workaholic. Gets fired, stuck in jobless limbo, sent to camp, gets a partner, Prophet. I mean, as long as Rillis gets better, I wouldn't be surprised if the Star Spirits said, yeah, Prophet. Because that's what I guess that's just what they're hoping at that point, is he gets better. because again, it's just the fact of after everything that happened, I feel like that would just be just about it. Like, after everything, we just want you to change your ways, get better. Yeah, because I can see Gray, though, using it purely as a coping mechanism. Like, it's something that helps him forget what happened. If any spawn of horror has something in common, it's making a person question themselves again. Family tradition. Like, one of these days, that's gonna be one of the funniest things to write, is just Roaster, like, because I can see Roaster messes with Rillis at first, but then eventually changes it up to actually messing with him, or like getting him to actually question what happened. Because I don't know how arrogant he might be when he first goes to camp. Family tradition, break a man down. Yeah, like, bend their mind, make them question who they are. Make them see the light, but not in a normal way. Like, make it the equivalent of shining a flashlight in their eye. Let me see if I can maybe change. how small some of these words are. I'm done with drama, Rillis, Telos, Tala, Drafter. Didn't end well, but who knows who else? We shall see who else does it. That actually reminds me, I need to finish, surface pressure. Cause I'm almost done with it to a degree. I need to finish, like, the part of it where essentially Telos basically, like, asked Tala, hit me. It's essentially. Because, as it's a very unwise decision, but that's what I wanted to, with the lore change, that's what I wanted to lean into. Telos does not think right about certain things. So, he says to Tala, hey, if it makes you feel better, essentially, hit me. And so, they get into a very big spar, and he gets hurt, and everyone's like, you are so stupid. What has living in the forest for who knows how long done to your brain? But, I mean, Telos is an idiot, but he's the camp's idiot. He's everyone's idiot. Trying to remember Alan's fledgling. It's, cause Alan's a mentor. Would it be a mentoree? No, not that. What is the word? Pupil. There we go. Protege, yeah, that one fits more. Because there's pupil and then there's protege. Because they're training, I like calling the little, doctors in training fledglings, because it's a joke on a baby bird learning how to be like a full-on doctor. But it's the fact of, it's the fact alone that, it sounds more elegant to a degree, let alone more like, I guess some people would say, like, the speech a doctor would use, maybe? Because it's more formal. This reminds me, I kept having a silly joke of horror. This is wonderful. Yeah, horror, this is wonderful. We've made a miracle. I'm sorry, did you just baby trap me with my own doll? That's drama to horror, isn't it? I mean, I guess the drama definitely doesn't see it that way, but oh yeah, I finally decided on something. Yep, I knew it. But what did you decide on, Z? Yeah, I can see Gray actually coddles Eli a lot. Yeah, Heba ends up with nobody. I mean, you never know. You never know how a character will turn out. I'm trying to look at formatting. Horror wouldn't say no to helping drama with Rosie, but would kind of be like, hold up. Yeah, wait a minute. Yeah, I think Earl would find his coddling nature to be a little annoying, maybe. Duff still needs a different name. I thought you were a crow, not a hen. Trying to fix the formatting. Yeah, I love you guys, but it's just you guys are star spirits and I'm a mere Gerudo Toad. I don't want you guys getting your feelings hurt because you outlived me. If Hen was a rank, they might just be those midwives. I honestly did think of adding a chicken. Of making a chicken doctor. But I feel like that would be a bit too comedic. I feel like it would. Because I know they most likely would be called hens, but it's still the fact of the joke is there. The joke is majorly there. Trying to write into the things like he coddles Eli and he definitely coddles Dove. Yeah, maybe, but Dove especially needs a name, but I feel like maybe she might get a name another day, or like maybe like her name is just Dove as a placeholder, and then people get to name her what they want later, maybe. Yeah, Olive. I mean, that would be super cute. Like, let me see. Make sure I spelled something right. I knew it didn't. Yeah, like that story of the dove who found an olive branch. I mean, maybe. Is to me, thinking on it, it does feel like maybe if the game lets you have a moment where you can name a character, then it like leaves it up to the player, like what is Dove's name? What does Dove actually get named? because Dove is cute. It is a cute name, but it's like I feel like that would be something that especially would show the attachment that Gray has to Dove. But Olive would be a really cute name as well. Yeah, but it could also be a placeholder name. Yeah, for the most part, Dove's a cute little placeholder name. Like, letting people essentially name Dove whatever they want. And then, like, later on, because I can see, like, in terms of a proper name, if I did it as a comic, then I would pick, a different name. Oh, man, Olive, but either, I suppose. Yeah, it could be a placeholder name. But I think if I made it a comic, I would scour around and pick a proper name, maybe. I don't know what else to write as of backstory, so I'll just put this here. Because I can see... Because I know how to make, Dove, like, still appear properly in the thing. Like, name this character and it pops up with Olive that you could delete for something else or keep. Yeah, essentially that. Like, you're given this, like, you could keep it or you could name them something else. Because I remember when I was first playing through, like, Final Fantasy VII, I mean the original that you could get on Xbox, you were able to essentially name all the characters whatever you wanted. No matter who they were. But like, you saw what their actual name given by the creators were. And now that we have, like, essentially Final Fantasy Remake, now you have the, now you have them going by their name no matter what. Trying to find Coldy. There he is. There's the boy. There's the bean. Move him. I realize actually how funny this would be. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, the woes of voice acting. Can you put voice acting in RPG Maker, maybe? Cause, unless you mean with Final Fantasy Remake. Because I thought they did great. Though, then again, I was just more along the lines of, you know, like, you know, you could. Oh, you can. I don't know if I'd want to do voice acting or not. I mean, I know I can easily just put down what you can imagine they sound like based on like take this character, they essentially sound like that kind of deal. I know I could, but I don't know if I could do voice acting or not. I'm not sure. Yeah, should I make Lucille pull a Twilight Princess and possess someone? That's up to you, Z. Because I remember that scene in Twilight Princess, so that's why I say up to you, because that was crazy. Ganondorf did something crazy. I just mean how you can't rename characters as voice acting. Oh, yeah. Yeah, you could. You couldn't. But even then, I guess it was because a lot of people I guess, grew to love the names that they originally had. I know Aerith was once Eris, and they changed it. But either way, it's still that fact. But let me move the center. I've never put Coldy behind words before, and now I have, and it's funny to me. Let me merge those 2 layers, because then otherwise, for some reason... Like, if for some reason, otherwise it's not going to want to, cooperate. I couldn't tell you why, though. There we go. Looks great. Thank you. Elder Scrolls just gives you nicknames to avoid the issue. I mean, he's a Zatar king, so he could probably do that. Yeah, most likely, but it's still just that fact. Just because he can't doesn't mean that he should. Oh, thank you. I thank that dragon very much. Just because you can doesn't mean that you should. It's like, but I want. He's an evil incarnate. Do you think that's gonna stop him? I mean, for 5 seconds. It'll stop him for 5 seconds. Otherwise, no, it won't. Overall, it won't, but it's still that case in point fact. Part of me thinks, because I've done this, should I... no, I don't want to change those. Or save any changes to the base drawing. Which is just a blank slate, but I like having blank slates, because then I don't have to constantly resize canvases. Meat Puppet isn't effective. Yeah, but it's evil. What? I see people doing that. What's the funnier part? Trying to think, do I want to do Dove's reference, maybe? Yeah, we'll see. I am seriously about to possess this Am I seriously about to possess this person? Of course I am! Do I want to go ahead and do Doves, or... Because I look at, Telos' Moth reference, and I realize I still need to finish that. Perhaps you want to? I mean, it's either Dove, or I try to finish Telos' reference, because otherwise I need to get references done. And if anything, I could get some critique, maybe. Actually, you know, I think I might need to just eat their DNA, copy their power. I'm tempted to get a D&D dice just to roll and see evens or odds. Actually, I could pull up a dice roller on Google because I know they have dice rollers. Because Celestial had to use one once before. Wait. I guess evens, we do Doves. Odds, I try to finish Telos' moth form reference. Odds. The D20 has spoken. So, we'll do Telos's, and then if I have time, I'll do Doves. I mean, it's Saturday. Odds are, of course I have time. Either way. So essentially this is, essentially what I've rewritten into, as his moth form. This is what I've rewritten into, my brain has decided to go, no, peace out. Surface pressure. There you go. Yeah, alright, yeah. Lucio, what do you think I am? Some kind of pink monster? No, that's the blob. But yeah, like, essentially his wings were broken. Well, first off, the Dark Star isn't pink. But regardless, I especially thought of this being the inside and outside of his wings. But as for here, because of their encounter with Mac, their wings got broken, and all the other Zatars got worried about them, and of course chastised them for not being careful. And from there, lost his confidence. Yeah, blap. Yeah. I have this as just a picture. If anything, I might turn it into an emote one day. Just because. Because I've sent it to Celestial before. And I was like, hey, Celestial. Look. Moth boy. Well, in fact, Lucille actually used to be a star spirit. I even made his design. That's neat. But yeah, I decided to give him like little false eyes instead of extra eyes because I felt like it looked nicer. I recall that. And then he got the Lucifer treatment. Yeah. I think I might also could draw out the flowers, the starlight flowers I was talking about, that are like mentioned as a side gag, but like from there are just them. So let's see. Do I want to make this a little smaller? I might want to make it a little smaller. Yeah. Given the details I'm gonna have to be working with. Yeah. Oh yeah, you could. Yeah. Because again, even if it's just for a one-off gag, I felt like it would be pretty neat to draw these flowers that are said to have the same kind of starlight as stars themselves, and Telos just eats them. You see, and this is when he's, I guess, like, he's surprised or he's angry. Would he be surprised or angry here? Because either way, he's like all fluffy. I think I could make him angry. Extending his mouth a bit because size. Tells hisses Z. I don't recall Moss doing that. Actually, I found out because hawk moths, skull-headed hawk moths already squeak in a degree that kind of sounds like hissing, but it straight up is a squeak. There is a caterpillar that does the same thing, and it's a type of silk moth caterpillar. And I was like, oh no, this little bean does not help Telus's case at all. But it's so cute. It really is adorable. I definitely need to draw like Telus more fluffy sometimes. Yeah, well, Z wouldn't know that. Yeah, because I thought of Telos because bug creature, able to make all sorts of different noises that come from insects, but well, of course, except for the obvious, because like he can't sing like a cricket, but it's that fact of when he makes noises, some like. There's always gags like, he's compared to a hornet, he's compared to a cicada, other sorts of bugs. Like, he sometimes vibrates and people swear it's like a swarm of bees. And it's because, like, because he's a bug. He's part bug. But it's still just that fact alone. Let's pull up his palette. Cause, let me see. Cause I like to think it kind of seems to blur. Which is why he finds Esme's Mothman ringtone funny. Yeah, because Telos loves bug humor, especially if it's good bug humor. Like, I guess some people would say that it's like, it's genuinely, the kind that's genuinely funny, and it's not being, like, hurtful. I need to do his star. Oh, I realized something that would be funny. What if with this I actually had him saying the like a line from Surface Pressure. Cuz it's just like, oh, Moth Boy, you made a mistake. Yeah, oh, like, yeah, I probably should. I probably should like find the line because it's when he says to Tala like, hey, like if you're so worried about me, then like essentially saying just like then why don't we settle both our fears? I need to find it because he's basically saying, hey. You're worried about me, I'm worried about you know, you acting all angry, why don't we both, you know, why don't we both, like, put aside our fears by seeing what's really up between each of us? Tellus essentially saying, if you're that upset about me being a Zatar, then essentially come see I'm actually not going to do anything to hurt you, or I'm not what all you think I did. Because again, Tellus is an idiot. He's an idiot who asks about it. He says, if you're that damn worried about my very presence being trouble, then let's settle each other's fears one-on-one. Like, I need to change it because, like, I realize Google didn't want to write it right. Is yeah, if you're worried about me being nothing but trouble, then let's settle it one-on-one. Fun fact, you can't end Lucille because otherwise some random Zatar ends up just becoming just like him. I can see something like that happening towards, like, you will never be rid of me, ever. But again, Tellus is an idiot, but I guess you could say you can kind of see where his logic is. He's like, hey, Jito's tried to tell you I'm nothing to worry about. Come see for yourself, I'm nothing to worry about. Put Lucille in a jar! Jars. They get everyone. First get a jar. So, stars darn it! Patrick, that's a gun. Yes! Yeah! Y'all, that's a gun. Yes. That's the most angry-ish I think I've drawn Telos. That isn't, on my end screen. He looks more annoyed on my end screen. Yeah, out. It was like, should I redraw the sword fight from Twilight Princess but it was Uso and Hiba? I don't know. I think it'd be hilarious that he's losing to a guy armed with just magic hibachi spatulas. I mean, that's quite a loss. Let's just hope they accept that loss. So let's get them all colored. He already looks so mad. Looks so angry. Because his eyes were just absolute red. I guess the line's too thin around his eye. Or on his iris. Hide them wrong. And it'd be ironic because he's based on Ganondorf. It's like, who's parkour? Yeah, same here. And you can deflect the mice's beams with a bug net. Pretty much. Play tennis with an empty bottle in Ocarina of Time. Yes, yes you can. Let's see. Okay, so... see. Yeah. Now I just need to do his star. No, they're just stars. There we go. Engie, what is this song? Open Class for Nintendogs. It's a if I remember right, it was the agility trial specifically. Yeah, maybe from all the potions you put in it, that too. Let me get the line. it to noon, it would do that. Trying to fix it. Let me try. Circle ruler. There we go. It's visible. Yeah, nothing trouble. Yeah, he's a quote at some point. DB, nothing but trouble. I don't know why it keeps messing up like that. But thank you for pointing that out. Let me see if I can keep... Let me see what I can keep. Like... My 1.5 brain cells are trying to overclock each other. And let's see. Because I just have to add a new text layer. And fix the line. But thank you for catching that. No problem. Thank you. I had to switch off the window a hot second. I'm gonna press the space bar so many times just to make it feel like it's formatting properly. Yeah, and it turns out real good. There we go. Merge visible. Here we go. Because from there, I definitely wanted to draw like their toxic scales, because I feel like that was something that needed to be definitely expanded upon. But also, he's so angry looking. He's like so mad. So upset, so angry. He is mad, so he must squeak. But let's see. Because his fingies become essentially claws. Eek! I was like, say the fact he must scream. Yeah, I will scream! By the way, have y'all ever heard what a hawk moth sounds like? Have y'all ever heard it? Like, a bit ago. Yeah, just that, but just a bit louder. Because I swear, Talos probably squeaks so loud, you could hear him in Scotland. Because, I can see, like, he can scratch at his fur, or his setae, and actually disperse his scales. Because I could see they can, like, they only happen in his moth form. But he can fluff and, like, scatter them if he feels, like, if he feels threatened, essentially. He already puffs when he's angry, so that's the next step. But it's still just something, like, I felt like I might need to elaborate by means of one way or another how this power worked exactly. Because a lot of his powers in his moth form are literally just moth adaptations. Yeah, of course. Yeah. It's just, I felt like I definitely needed to show how it worked because, sure, he fluffs, but I feel like he might actually purposefully scratch at his sete to make the scales fly. Yeah, I hope he doesn't scratch too much. Yeah, hopefully he doesn't, but I mean, I would think he normally wouldn't have to. Given his, especially since his scales are supposed to be like a major deterrent of like, hey, you don't want to mess with me kind of deal. Because if I remember right, it said that the scales cause irritation, but his are like, it's kind of like his physical way of spreading the poison effect. Because from there it's like they're like, it's like poisonous dust. Is it not sealed? I think I didn't finish the lines somewhere. Like, right here? Okay, yeah, that was it. Yeah, oh, alright. Yeah, because he can cast the spell, but it's like a way he kind of... It's kind of a way that he doesn't have to cast it. Like, he could just like, you know, just like, hey, back up. And one thing I thought about, especially since like his arms aren't their usual dyed gradient in this form, is if that's where the coloration went. Guess that one's line isn't closed either. Still not. Well, alright then. Yeah, that is an idea. Just scrapes paint off himself. That opens up a whole can of jokes. I mean, because I would have figured that's essentially how the scales are. Like, maybe the ones under his skin are like there, so when he puffs up, they're free to fly. Maybe that's how it works? I mean, I'm guessing that's if it makes sense that way. Let's see. I remember I gave it a name. Let me find Telus's document. Because otherwise I don't remember exactly if it was just called Poison Scale or what. What was it? Hazardous Scales. That's what it was. Perhaps something or another. Yeah, it's just that I could see it just needed a good like draw off though. Then it's like they're falling off. Perhaps something or another. So, yeah, it was hazardous scales. So, that's right. Yeah, hazardous scales. Keep looking back to make sure I'm spelling it right. There we go. Because that's hazardous scales. And then from there, this is one I felt like definitely needed a good explanation. And that was his crystalline silk. Yeah, it's clear silk. So let's see. Looking through the dog, forgot Telos had screwed priorities. Better not get in the way of my chores. Yeah, he has very messed up priorities. I was just like, yeah, there's not a lot else he cares for. Just like, this better not get in the way of my chores or I'm gonna be mad. I'm gonna be one angry moth. This one I can see being a bit more of a lower poly doodle, maybe. I don't know, increase the size a bit. Meanwhile, Emma is wingdings. Yeah. I might have to look back at hers and see what I wrote. Because I think hers needs a bit of a change. Oh, I think that's the end of the playlist, is it? Oh no. Still a bit more? Yeah, there's a little more. Make it look like a little spool. Draw him with his little broken wings. Oh, I just got a diabolic idea to give Erebus an even more delicious angst. Lucille still has his old arm. Ow. I mean, that definitely would do a lot. Wait, that's the end of the list. Let's see. Since it already tell us, let's do the Deep Forest. The Deep Forest video game themes for eating random berries and nuts. Yeah, like as a trophy or a weapon? Yeah. All that comes to my mind is just flinging it around and yelling, "Why are you hitting yourself? Why are you hitting yourself?" That's all that's coming to my mind is just diabolical. Why are you hitting yourself? Let's see. Yeah, but Warzow is a trophy. Be kind of messed up if you used it as a weapon. Again, why are you hitting yourself? Embrace it. It must be done. Let's see. Because the thread, I'm gonna have to do a little bit of magic tricks on. There we go. Of course, my motivation disappears when I want to draw something. That I relate to. I relate to a lot. Let's see. Because that would be for almost, I'd say almost it. But let me fix. Almost forgot his little girls. And this is look through. Clear silk. There we go. There we go. I do want to say that when it comes to clear silk, it looks clear, but it actually is pearlescent in the light. That's why it has like the little colors, especially on the spool. But I can see Telos actually does, he does spin it. He does spin his own silk from time to time. I don't know if he would have to do it for any other particular reason aside from just wanting to. I do probably need to write Telos' moth form on the docket. Had a neat idea. Yeah, I had an idea. I drew a circle. I mean, you got a circle done at least. I mean, for me, sometimes it feels like that's about the only one I'm getting. There we go. The name tag. No. Let's see. Let's see. Should I do crystal glass? Because I can see crystal glass probably needing a good doodle. Yeah, sure. I mean, it's just him just like getting into a cocoon, probably. This doodle alone's giving me major Web of Shadows vibes. I guess, would there be a silhouette of him inside it? So at that point, it would have to be, or he'd have to be smaller in it, I think. I do think it would need to be a little bit, maybe a bit, like, words. Where have they gone? I think he probably would need to be a bit smaller to silhouette, unless perhaps maybe he really would be just small. Because he does have to have his wings in there. Even though, no, if he came out, they'd have to dry. You'd have to let them dry all over again, probably. Oh. That zoomed out way too far, okay. Got a body done. That's good. It takes a little bit, but you'll get something. Like, is that a tray? It's like, that's all I got. See. Is that the little trick I used to do? Let's see, where do I need to finish a line? I think I know where it might be. It's film. Ah, that's see. There we go. Well, first time I've drawn a cocoon. I'd say I did pretty well. I don't, it's just a cocoon. But still. Trying to think. What other thing? I think if anything, that'd be a good spot. Because I think the others are a little self-explanatory, don't you think? Like, what do y'all think? Because greater sense, because he can smell... It's explained he can smell the powers of others. There was acoustic camouflage, which explains a lot, because of his fluff lets him hide from people a lot easier. And sensitive hearing, wall crawling... Luminal lures, essentially, like, this. An interesting idea. Because it is an interesting idea. Like, they're on tape. I know, it's a bad joke. Tell us, you smell like old film. Fun fact is that, with his moth sense, like, his ability to smell others... by a certain scent, he's smelling their power, essentially. Because their power manifests as different scents. And he can... From what I've read, moths can smell a scent for up to 7 miles away. And I was like, okay. So he can find somebody up to 7 miles away. Alright. But I just also realized that would make it really, really bad if someone was ever, like, as I say, downwind, and he's just, you were trying to sneak up on him. And it's like, I know you're there. But I think that does tell us his little moth reference some good. Given... I just need to put it on, his page now. On his little notes. So let's find Coldy. Coldy boy. There we go. Now that I have it, let me go into his references. Put it right under his main thing. Let's see. There it is. A proper moth reference. Yep. This happy bean. Like, I drew those really goofy. Oh no. But I like this a lot more than what I had. It's just, it felt, I guess you could say his old moth form, the way I drew it, it felt a little everywhere. Because even then, it's still that case in point fact. Yeah, they're literally just... But yeah, I really like this a lot more. Especially because it's like, it feels more simplistic to draw. Especially if, say, I ever asked for a coffee with that form, it wouldn't be so bad of a drawing. Now, let's go and do Dove's reference. There we go. It's our bones. My arms up. I just cracked my wrist. Wow. Actually, I need to stand up a bit. There we are. So she always had a bit of a firm collar to her cloak. But I don't think I gave her an apron. I gave her lace. Wait, Bogley Woods. Yeah, it's Bogley. My motivation wasn't there, so I just got a proof of concept done since I didn't want to force myself to draw. That's alright, you don't force yourself to draw if you don't feel like it. Oh, I like that a lot. Like, especially with the... What do they call it? That they put the film on? The movie film. What do they call it? Oh, I like that it's up there like as like a ponytail. And the film, like, being the bangs. Oh, man. I'm just imagining, especially if you had, like, hair effects, like, if it twirled. Oh, that would be so cool. Especially because, like, yeah, better than nothing. It is better than nothing. Because now you have an idea, and if you, like, with stepping back, if you go back to it later, then you can look at it and think what might make it better. But I just can't help but think just, like, the possibilities with film hair like that. Seeing it like that would be so cool. Sepia? I mean, maybe. But I love that. That is so cool. I like thinking of just, like, things that, like, could really, like, play up to a character's appearance. I'm sorry. Yeah. Oh, I could give them a more classic look. Like, classic, like, old movie stars or something. Or, like, in terms of movie film. There we go. There's baby girl. Oh, Dove. Yes. Oh, I could give them a more classic look, and they could be a sparkle doll based on old-timey performances. Yeah, they could. So I think that would work very well. I need to get that one thing back, because I need the Dove colors. Excuse me while my motivation goes balloon deflating sound effect. You're fine. She too has a belt. She had very pale blue eyes. And she was paler than even Gray was. And her hair clips are purple, or like lavender color. There we go. There's stuff. Let me get her name. Now what else to add onto her page? Unless y'all think this whole page should be, the other characters, or at least the, like, should be Eli, Alan, and Earl as well, you think? Because I think that could be a really neat, nifty idea. Remember, I need to do her mask and her cap. Okay, I'm slowly getting my mojo back. That's good. That's real good. I can see Alan actually has like a little something that's like actually something from Gray. Because I can see maybe when they started dating, he gave Alan a ribbon. And that became like their symbol of, hey, we're together at some point or another. Is that the end of the list? Yeah, it was. Let's see. Which one next? Let's do video game music for little guys with little brains. Because I have a little brain. Let's see if it'll play. There we go. I'm sorry, I'm so stuck on the last time this song played on stream. Poor Deck. There's Rillis. Rillis. It's Rel, and his name's Alan. I'm stuck on that. Let me see. Get used to these with lighter grays. So let's shake things up a little bit with Realist Allen. There you go. Let's draw his mask. It has returned. Okay. Let's draw Eli. Motorcycle rider's guitar popped into my head and refuses to leave. I mean, they will worm their way in, and there's no getting rid of them. Getting the ideas is easy, making them real is the hard part. I can relate. I'll say at least, though, like, bringing these characters back to life has been quite a bit easier than I thought they would be. And to me that's a good thing, because it's like, because I guess because I've drawn them for so long before, and then now I'm bringing them back to the forefront of my mind. I guess it's because it just feels right, if not just plain natural at this point. My legs are on. Did it all on the wrong layer. Damn it. need the hot colors. $9:30 already. Color me surprised. That's those three. No, four. My bad. There we go. Save as. There we go. Well, it's a few minutes over 5 hours. Oh boy. I didn't think I'd be able to go 5 hours, but here we are. So, with that, let's go find somebody to raid. Because I know it's been quite a bit. Yeah, I love the ball. Thank you. Let's see. My dear Serenity's doing art. Alright, let's try My Dear Serenity. I'll see you all next time when I'm thinking of trying another game, if Slime Rancher at least is willing to work. But I'll see you all later. Y'all have a good night.